hopefully they're floating around my car somewhere, and I'm like, go down there at break and check. But and I got here. I guess we got it 4 done. And they were all intake visits. They were all intake.
Good morning. This is Judge Tammy Long Hayward. This is the State Court of Clayton County. This is the arraignment calendar for courtroom 304, State Court of Clayton County, Georgia. This is the calendar where you're going to have the opportunity to discuss your case in the form where it can be resolved finally through either a trial, a plea, or an administrative decision. So, should have everybody. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, this is the arraignment calendar. I will expect to hear one of 3 pleas on the arraignment calendar, a guilty, not guilty, or nolo. If you are here and you need an attorney to represent you, please let us know at the time that we call your name. Everyone is entitled to have representation during this process. If you cannot afford an attorney or need one today on the calendar, then we can talk to you about that. If you have an attorney, then your attorney can represent your interest and speak on your behalf. Ladies and gentlemen, the pleas, if you are entering a plea of not guilty, it means that you wish to have a trial before a jury or a judge. The trial won't take place today. You'll have plenty of time to prepare. But I do wish to kind of caution you that if you intend to go forward with a trial without an attorney, the court cannot treat you any differently than they would someone who is trained in these rules of procedure and the rules of evidence. And it may be very difficult for you to get evidence before the court and into the record of the court. And that may severely hamper your interest and your ability to complete your case. And so with that being said, please be mindful that if you choose to go forward without an attorney, you would be at a disadvantage. But during the trial, the state has the burden of proving the case against you beyond a reasonable doubt. You do not have to enter any evidence or testimony. You have a Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination, which means that you have to show up for trial. But after that, the state has the burden to prove everything that is needed to convict you in the case. If you and your attorney wish to enter any evidence or testimony on your behalf, you may do so, not required to do so. If after all of the evidence has been heard, you are convicted of the offenses before, the maximum penalty could be up to 12 months in jail, a $5,000 fine, or both per offense. If you felt that the conviction was a mistake, then you could appeal it within 30 days of the verdict of the court to an appellate court, and the appellate court may make a different decision. So these are the rights that come with entering a plea of not guilty and having a trial. If you enter a plea of guilty or nolo, your case will be resolved today. A guilty plea means that you believe you're guilty of the underlying case before the court. You may not agree with all of the facts as stated by the state's attorney, but you do believe that you committed the offense and you wish to enter a guilty plea. We'll allow you or you and your attorney to speak with the state to see if you all can resolve the recommendation for the court to determine what the sentence will be. And then once the court imposes the sentence, you can begin doing that today. And the court will give you time to pay any fines or fees if that is a concern of yours. In addition to that, if you wish to enter a plea of nolo contendere, which is Latin for no contest, it essentially means that you understand that the state has evidence that they can bring against you in a trial, that could result in a conviction against you. You do not wish to contest that evidence, but you do wish to resolve your case without entering a plea of guilty. And so you would have the same ability to speak with the state and help craft a sentence before the court. If you are entering a plea of nolo, it has some benefits, particularly with traffic offenses. It may help you avoid points on your license. It may help you avoid a suspension of your license, but you have to be eligible. You have not used the nolo plea for the same or similar offense within the last 5 years. And we'll talk to you about that once we discuss your case. If you are under 21, and please understand that you only need 6 points to suspend your license for 6 months. It is a quicker route to a license suspension, and it is a longer suspension time. So please be mindful of that when you are making your choices about what your plea should be. And for any commercial drivers, any CDL holders, it is easier to do it the right way the first time instead of undo something. So if you're not sure how a plea or a conviction can affect your ability to drive and earn a living for yourself and your family, please enter a plea of not guilty. You'll have time to prepare for trial. And then once you come to trial, if you wish to enter a plea at that time, you will at least have had the opportunity to investigate what might happen to your CDL. Okay. And so those are all my announcements. At this time, I'm going to call the calendar. I'll hear the announcements from the attorneys. And if you're not represented by an attorney, I'll speak directly with you. First case on the calendar is Anthony Edward Boston Jr.
Mr. Boston? Judge, I notified him about court. I'm trying to contact him now.
I only have one page on the screen. Sometimes it's two and I got to shift, but I only see one. So I
move for a bench warrant, Your Honor. If he's not on, I don't see him on the screen, so I'll just take move for a bench warrant.
And he's not in the courtroom. Okay. Bench warrant, bond forfeiture. I thought we were on the way to resolving all of his issues.
Judge, we resolved the 2 issues on the trial calendar, but he had an outstanding traffic case that got continued to today. I'm trying to contact him now because I know I notified him of this court date. I don't understand, but
yeah, I think we talked about it when he was here.
You know, he sometimes has been late because of his travel situation. So I know there's no excuses for that, but he may show up. You know.
Okay, keep me posted. Aubriana Brown.
I move for a bench warrant, bond forfeiture.
No, she's in the. She's just raising. All right, come up, Miss Brown. Miss Brown.
Good morning.
Good morning. Miss Brown, you're charged with no insurance, invalid registration, and no tag or expired or invalid tag. Do you need an attorney to represent you or do you wish to represent yourself?
I wish to represent myself.
Are you over 21?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. So, Ms. Hagler, what is the state recommending in this case?
Yes, Your Honor. If Ms. Brown does not have proof of insurance and proof of valid registration today, for count 1, it will be a fine of $200. For count 2, the state will not process, and for count 3, a fine of $100. And that's if she doesn't have proof of anything today.
All right, Ms. Brown, do you have proof of insurance and proof of registration?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, do you have it with you or do you need to go back to your car?
I have it with me. I was trying to tell him that I had my insurance that night, but he wasn't listening. I had just got from out of jail. I was turning out of jail from getting arrested. I was telling him all my personal stuff is in my intake.
Okay. Hold on a second. Ms. Hagler, do you want to send an investigator down or?
Yes, I'm going to send investigator Chief Henderson down to get copies of what she has.
Okay, so ma'am, if you just have a seat, he's going to come down and look at what you have, okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Stephen Sylvester Chambers. Stephen Sylvester Chambers.
The state would move for a bench warrant.
Last call for Stephen Sylvester Chambers. Bench warrant will be granted.
Thank you.
All right, next is Stacy William Clark. Stacy William Clark.
The state will move for a bench warrant for both of her, I'm sorry, for the first two cases, a bench warrant, and then a bench warrant bond forfeiture for the third case.
Okay, last call for Stacy William Clark. All right, bench warrant, bond forfeiture on the first two cases. So bench warrant on the first two cases and bond forfeiture on the last one in bench warrant.
Thank you, Judge.
Teresa Shandell Huff.
Judge, she's present in the courtroom. It appears that we're only appointed on one of the cases, but I believe she wants us to be appointed on the other case as well, and we may have been appointed in matters.
That's fine.
I'll need to go over the recommendation and everything with Ms. Huff, but she is present, and we'll have an announcement shortly.
All right. Ashley Shantae Jones.
She is present in the courtroom as well, Judge. Go ahead, sis. I'll be right with you.
All right. Do we have an announcement on Jones?
Judge, same announcement.
Okay. Derek Dion Jones.
Judge, I
Derek?
reached out
Sorry.
to Jones, haven't got in touch with them.
The state will move for a bench warrant bond forfeiture.
Derek Dion Jones, last call, bench warrant, bond forfeiture.
Thank you.
Blake Joseph Living.
Judge, he's present in the courtroom. Mr.
All
Living,
right.
it's bro.
Morning.
Hi, Mr. Living. Mr. Living, you're charged with no tag expired or invalid tag and no license change within 30 days of an address move. Sir, do you wish to represent yourself or do you wish to have an attorney represent you?
Represent myself.
Are you over over 21? Okay. All right, Ms. Hagler, what does the state recommend?
Yes, Your Honor. If Mr. Living does not have proof of his license today or proof of registration, then for count one, a fine of $500. For count two, a fine of $50.
All right, Mr. Living, do you have proof of having gotten these things in compliance?
I have my Georgia license, but for the registration, the vehicle was a company vehicle. I work for FedEx, as you can see.
Uh-huh.
The vehicle I was in at the time, I told the cop specifically, I said, hey, it's a company rented vehicle. He was like, it doesn't matter. You're in it, you're responsible for it. And I was like, I can't do nothing about the registration if I don't own it. He was like, it doesn't matter. I was like, whatever. And that's the reason I didn't go to court, because I didn't know the rules and all that. And that's why I'm here today. But the vehicle was never mine. It was a rental through Enterprise. So that's the reason why I don't have no registration. But I have my Georgia license.
Okay. My investigator should be on the way down there. When he comes down there, allow him to take a copy of the front and back of your license. He's going to bring it to me for my review. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Living. We'll be right back with you, okay? Tracy Latrice Steele. Tracy Latrice Steele.
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning, Ms. Steele. May I see you, please?
Okay,
Let me see does that help? Yeah, there you go. I think.
are you
There
able
you
to?
are. All right, Ms. Steele. So Ms. Steele, you're before the court for speeding in a school zone 16 to 20 miles per hour over the limit and no insurance. Did you wish to represent yourself or did you wish to have an attorney represent you?
Myself, Judge.
All right, are you over 21?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you're charged with speeding in a school zone and no insurance. Ms. Hagler, what's the recommendation?
Yes, Your Honor. If Ms. Steele does not have proof of valid insurance today, for count one, it will be a fine of $75, and for count two, a fine of $200.
All right. Do you have proof of insurance, ma'am?
No, I don't even have the vehicle, Your Honor.
Okay, you don't have any vehicle?
No, I don't have a car at all, Your Honor.
All
So how
right.
are you getting around?
I don't. My mom.
Okay, okay. Your Honor, I'm gonna
Or
knock
this.
off her case.
All right, so Ms. Steele,
Yes, sir.
the state's gonna null cross your case. You're free to go at this time. Just be safe and make sure that when you do get a vehicle, that you keep all of your documents in good working order. Okay?
Thank you so much, Your Honor. Have a great day.
You too, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hagler. Larry
welcome.
Taylor Jr. Larry Taylor Jr.
The statement moved for a bench warrant and a bond forfeiture.
Last call for Larry Taylor Jr. I don't see anybody by that name on the screen. So bench warrant, bond forfeiture.
Thank you.
Nana Tuamfam. Nana Tuamfam. Kenneth Rajote is the attorney.
Your Honor, it appears on the counter that
Filed a
the
waiver.
attorney filed yes, a conflict.
And he has a conflict, so, okay. All right, so, next case is Jason Turley. Jason Turley.
The statement moved for a bench warrant bond forfeiture.
Jason R. Turley. Bench warrant bond forfeiture.
Thank you.
LaShondra Arlesia Turner.
Good morning, Your Honor. Mr. Edie, on behalf of Mr. Turner, she is here today. I know we have said as of initially was a withdrawal process to be heard, but that we'll withdraw that motion. That was filed by my office. And I had nothing to do with it, but I talked to Ms. Turner and we got that squared away. So for the purpose of today, we would plead not guilty. I did receive a recommendation in the incident report today. I will make sure that my appropriate filings are for discovery and would just ask for some extra time to get the discovery over and go over with my client the recommendation.
All right, Mr. Edie. Ms. Turner, may I see you, please?
I'm sorry, give me one moment. It said something about my setting.
Your who?
Her settings, she said.
Camera settings.
Okay, I sent sometimes it helps when I send a request for them to start video, but I'm not sure if this is the same situation.
That's the full count.
Yeah.
I filled out where Ms. Hudson.
Yes, ma'am. I'm about to, I'm about to,
All right. All right, Ms. Turner, are you?
Hello. Hello.
Yeah,
Judge,
are you?
I'm sorry, I don't know what. Okay,
There we go.
There you are. All right. So, Ms. Turner, you are not guilty until proven guilty, but I do advise you, the holiday season is coming up. You know what you're here for. Please be mindful of that. And don't come back, because I've had some people come back with some other stuff of the same nature. Get what I'm saying? Or do I have to be
understand.
more blunt?
No, you do not. I understand.
All right. All right,
So
Ms.
So I just need to speak with my attorney after
Yes,
this?
you just
Okay.
keep in touch with your attorney, okay?
Okay. All right,
All right,
thank you.
thank you. Thank you, Mr. Edie.
Again, that's all I have. May I be excused?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. All right, so my understanding is with so Boston is a bench warrant bond forfeiture. Brown is they're verifying documents. Chambers bench warrant, Clark bench warrant, and bench warrant bond forfeiture. The Lister Holden Dennis, they're talking to Huff, Ashley Jones, D. Jones is a bench warrant bond forfeiture. Living is they're verifying documents. Steele has been null pros. Taylor, bench warrant bond forfeiture. Wampum is a waiver. Turley, bench warrant bond forfeiture. And Turner is a not guilty. All right, so Mr. Let's take this time to speak with your attorney, with your clients, and as soon as you are done, let me know.
You judge.
wife. My uncle's not feeling well.
Oh, do you have another family member who could take his place? You've got 20.
Judge, I do have one announcement.
Yes, Mr. Lynch?
Judge, for Miss Teresa Huff, we are going to turn in an appointment order for the DUI case.
Okay.
We are going to enter not guilty pleas on both cases on the calendar. For today, I do have her contact. I've given her our contact information. We may be able to get a resolution short of a trial, especially for the DUI, but for today, we'll have to enter not guilty pleas.
Where's Ms. Huff? All right, so Ms. Huff, listen carefully. You have a 2022 case for the DUI. You have a 2024 case for the battery family violence. You're on bond. So please understand that you already should have had a motion to revoke bond when you got the second case, because a violation of your bond is getting a second arrest. So please understand that if you get additional arrests, that you risk having your bond revoked. If you have contact with anyone listed on your bond that you shouldn't have contact with per the requirements of your bond, then you risk getting arrested, having your bond revoked, getting charged with additional misdemeanors or felonies. The felony would be punishable by up to 10 years in prison, a $10,000 fine, or both. So you've gotten 2 charges. You violated your bond conditions. Please understand, to get another charge, that's going to come before me for a bond revocation. Do you understand? I can't hear you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Keep in touch with your attorney.
Your Honor, I have an announcement on page 4, Mr. Living,
Yes.
Blake Living. The state is going to non-prosecute that case.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Living. Go ahead, head back to work, sir, and let them know that they need to make sure y'all are in cars that are registered. All right.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Take care, sir.
My license. Who got it? He's right there.
All right. So we're waiting on Jones, Ashley. We get announcements for those. Yes.
Mr. Taylor, speaking to Ms. Jones, we should have an announcement very shortly.
All right. And I think that's the last one on the 10 o'clock calendar. Oh, we're still waiting on Brown. I guess we were checking his documents also.
We are still on
Her documents. I'm sorry.
Yes, on our end, everything is still showing up suspended. So we're doing some deeper research on that.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome, Your Honor.
Ms. Hagler?
Yes.
I have a copy of a driver's license for one of our clients from the 11 o'clock calendar. Can I bring that to you, bring it down to your office. It's a hard copy.
Yeah, that's fine.
I'm gonna go ahead and bring that right now, just so you can take a look at it. And,
You say it's on the 11 o'clock? What's the name?
it's Miss Vargas Casasola.
Last name starts with a G, you said?
B.
B as in,
B as in Victor, but pronounced like a
oh,
B.
B as in Victor. Okay, hold on.
Familiar with the Spanish language.
Okay, that's fine. Yep.
All
You can
right.
bring it down.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll be right back.
Your Honor, I have an announcement for the 10 o'clock calendar.
Yes, Mr. Taylor?
For Miss Ashley Jones,
Yes.
that will be a not guilty today.
All right, Ms. Jones? All right, keep in touch with your attorneys. You know what you have been charged with. It is the holiday season. Please make sure that we don't have a recreation of that. Any additional charges could result in your bond being revoked and you remaining in prison, in jail until such time as your case is resolved, okay?
Thank you.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
What was that? Get your address.
All right, the last person we're waiting on is Brown. The state is doing some additional research, and then we'll resume at the 11 o'clock calendar once we resolve that.
What's his name? Okay, then you ain't ready till 11. They still waiting on somebody else.
I mean, I'll handle that. But appreciate that. They not. That is true. We need to make sure they know that. If I end up doing business tomorrow, probably you free to do this. I don't mind. Like, well, horse trading, two people, yeah, we don't both need this, right? I do want to go on Florida to start to like do that, you know what I'm saying? We can even start like, especially if we have a show on the drop. Yeah, like if we have a short deal down, it's like 5 people on it, and you want to talk about like, hey, or like, even like on the range, you know, where it's got 3 people on it. I've called him multiple times on all his numbers that he left me. Yeah.
Your Honor, the state has an announcement on Brown, page 1, position 2.
That's the same one?
Yes, the state is gonna knock off that case, Your Honor.
All right. All right. Thank you, Ms. Brown. You're free to go at this time. Please make sure that you keep your documents in working order. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the court's going to call the 11 o'clock calendar a little bit after 11. So I make sure that everybody gets signed on and nobody believes that we started without them. And we will be back. Thank you.
But after 7, they can see you in. Oh, stomach.
Hello?
They don't come back a little bit after 11, so everybody can get.
Just stay where you are. Everybody stay where you are. I'll just announce the calendar. I do need to tell you this. Everyone needs to change their screen name to their first and last name. First and last name. So touch your screen where you see your name or where your designation is. Touch it. You should see a blue box with 3 white dots in it. Click on that. Go down to the bottom of the list and you'll see rename. Click on that, and then you can put your first and last name in the box and hit enter.
You got it?
Oh, Abney not on here.
Yeah, I don't know if you're being contempt recording, but Ebony working out of town right now.
Oh, no, it's not
Jason Russian. You were probably looking for a prosecutor. No, yeah, there's none over there, so that's, I'm trying to figure out where I'm supposed to be, so. Yeah. She is on video, the prosecutor, that's Miss Hagler. Okay.
I do have an announcement off the 10 o'clock calendar. I do have someone who just came in late for the 10 o'clock calendar present. Aren't you Ms. Brown? I think
She's per se, she talked to the investigator, gave a copy of it.
I think
Yes, Mr. Lynch?
Judge, Mr. Turley off the 10 o'clock calendar is present in the courtroom. He just appeared. I believe he's pro se. He acknowledged that he was late and he is apologetic to the court there. Mr. Turley, can you address the court?
I'm sorry, I'm late.
Speak up.
Sorry, I'm late.
Mr. Turley, you're charged with unlawful use of the tag, no insurance, invalid registration, no tag, expired or invalid tag, and no license after a 30-day change of address. So, sir, did you wish to represent yourself or did you need an attorney to help you?
An attorney.
Okay, Mr. Lynch or Mr. Taylor will assist you. And then once they have spoken with you and they spoke with the state, they'll be able to make an announcement.
Judge, and if we could just request any recommendations or incident reports that we may have for Mr. Turley. I'll be.
Looks like all document charges, but yeah.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome.
I will send my investigator down to give you the information. I will put the recognition in the chat for courtroom 304.
And Ms. Hagler, just to confirm, for Abriana Brown, I know she was pro se. She's in the courtroom. I think you announced you null prost her case. I want to confirm that.
Correct. Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, she's free to go.
Okay. So they dropped your case. You're free to go. If you need to get proof of that, you can get it from the.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the 11 a.m. arraignment calendar for courtroom 304. This is Clayton County State Court. I'm Judge Tammy Long Hayward. This is the opportunity that you have to resolve your case before the trial court, where your case can be resolved through a plea, through a trial, or through an administrative action. Everybody's entitled to have an attorney represent you. If you do not have an attorney, one could be appointed to you. Just let me know when your name is called, and then we can discuss those options for you. Next, I expect to hear a plea of guilty, nolo, or not guilty. If you enter a plea of not guilty, it means that you wish to have a trial by jury or judge. The trial will take place at a later date, and you'll have plenty of time to prepare. I do advise you that if you wish to go to trial, if you're thinking about going to trial without getting an attorney to assist you, the court cannot treat you any differently than they would an attorney or who knows the rules of evidence or the rules of procedure. And so that you may have difficulty getting your information, your evidence before the court and into the record of the court, and you may be at a serious disadvantage. So please be mindful of that if you choose to go forward without an attorney. But the state has the burden of proving the case against you beyond a reasonable doubt. You do not have to enter any evidence or testimony. You have the right to remain silent. That is guaranteed to you by the Constitution of the United States under the Fifth Amendment. Therefore, all you have to do is show up for trial, and the state has to do everything in their power to make sure that they've presented enough evidence to provide a conviction. Evidence beyond a reasonable doubt. However, if you wish to present any evidence or testimony on your own behalf, you may do that. You're not required to. If your trial ends in a conviction against you, the maximum penalty could be up to 12 months in jail, $5,000 fine, or both per offense. If you were convicted but you thought the conviction was a mistake, then you would have the opportunity to appeal the conviction within 30 days. To an appellate court, and the appellate court might make a different decision. These are the rights that go with having a trial. You also have can enter a plea of guilty. That means you feel that you're guilty of the underlying offense, even if you don't agree with all of the rights, all of the facts that are stated by the state's attorney. You do believe you're guilty of the offense, and we will resolve your case. We will allow you or your attorney to speak with the state. You all can have a recommendation for the sentence, and then we will resolve your sentence today. If you need additional time to pay any fines and fees, the court will provide that for you. If you enter a plea of nolo contendere, it's Latin for no contest. It just means that you understand that the state has evidence that they could provide against you, and that evidence could result in a conviction. However, you do not wish to contest that evidence, but you don't wish to enter a plea of guilty or be found guilty. So you're entering a plea of nolo. Nolo has some benefits for you if you are entering a nolo plea and you have a traffic offense. It could help you avoid points on your license. It could help you avoid a suspension of your license. And you have to be nolo eligible, meaning you haven't used a nolo plea for the same or similar offense within the last 5 years. And if you have a commercial driver's license, please be mindful that you need to research what might happen to your commercial driver's license before you enter a plea, or you risk a conviction, because you could lose the ability to earn a living for your family or for yourself. If you're under 21 driver, please understand that it only takes 6 points to suspend your license for 6 months. Therefore, please be mindful that your suspension would be quicker and it would be longer than someone who's 21 or older. All right, these are all of the rights that you have based on the choices that you make before this court. And I'm going to call the calendar. When I call the calendar, please make sure that you respond so that I know that you are here. If you have an attorney, they're going to speak on your behalf. But if you do not have an attorney, then we'll speak directly with you. Okay. First name on the calendar is Hector Bradley. Hector Bradley.
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
All right. 1 second, Mr. Bradley. All right, Mr. Bradley, do you have an attorney representing you?
No, ma'am.
Okay, do you need an attorney to represent you, sir?
No, ma'am.
Okay, you know you're charged with theft by shoplifting?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so Mr. Bradley, I need you to turn your camera on for me.
Okay, I don't know how to do this. Hold on, start my video. Okay, on this time.
There you are.
I'm not used to this, but hold on, ma'am. I'm trying to get on.
No, you're on. I see you and hear you.
Oh.
Okay, now I don't hear
Take
you.
my hat off.
All right, so Mr. Bradley,
Yes, ma'am.
you're charged with theft by shoplifting. You can hear what the recommendation is from the state. Is that what you wish to do?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you said that you do wish to represent yourself?
Yes, ma'am.
You're over the age of 21?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. All right, Ms. Hagler?
Yes, Your Honor. The recommendation is 12 months probation, a fine of $200. The defendant is to complete the theft prevention course, 40 hours of community service, and the defendant is to not return to the incident location.
All right. So, Mr. Bradley, the state is asking for 12 months on probation, a fine in the amount of $200. The probation fees are $52 a month, I think. The fine would be $200 with the surcharges. It would be a total of $298. You take the theft prevention course. I'm not sure how much that costs. I think it's a one-day course. Then you do 40 hours of community service and not go back to wherever the incident was. Did you hear that recommendation?
Yes, ma'am, but I have a problem. I can't afford this. So I don't know what I'm going to do if I can't afford it. I'm going to end up going to jail either way.
Mr. Bradley, are you working currently?
No, ma'am. I live in a church.
Okay.
And
Are you in Georgia?
For me. Excuse me, ma'am?
Are you in Georgia?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I'm at the same address, and the address is to a church. and I live at the church.
Okay,
Because I'm basically borderline homeless.
I got you. Is it in Clayton County?
No, ma'am, I'm in Henry County. I'm
Okay.
borderline to Clayton and Henry County.
I got you. All right, so you could enter a plea of not guilty and have a trial. Did you,
I'm gonna plead guilty, ma'am. But like I said, I can't afford the court courses and stuff. So whether I take the probation or not, I'm gonna end up getting locked up because I can't afford the fines and the court courses.
I get
So
you, sir.
either way I go, I'm gonna get locked up. And it's over a pair of pants. I don't understand. Which I understand is zero tolerance, but over a pair of pants, I can't afford it, ma'am. If I had the money, I would pay, but I just don't have money.
I
I'm
got you.
borderline homeless. So I don't know what I can do right now. And it's 3 years later, and it's like, I don't know, because I can't afford it. And if I don't pay the court or if I don't pay probation, I'm going to end up getting locked up. So I might as well just go to jail now because I can't afford this.
No. Mr. Bradley, can you let me appoint an attorney to you? The court pays the attorney cost.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Mr. Holton Dennis, I'm gonna appoint Mr. Bradley to you. Mr. Bradley, if you just hold on, I'm gonna put you in a breakout room at the appropriate time so one of them can speak with you and they may
Yes,
have an
ma'am.
alternate recommendation, okay?
All right. Thank you, ma'am.
All right. All right, you all send me an appointment order. All right, next on the calendar is Fatima Bright.
Fatima Bright in the courtroom?
The statement moved for a bench warrant bond forfeiture.
Fatima Bright or Fatima Bright. Last call for Fatima or Fatima Bright. All right, bench warrant bond forfeiture. All right, next is Dennis Maurice Bird. Dennis Maurice Bird.
The statement moved, like a waiver was filed, Your Honor, on November the 13th.
I'm sorry, what did you say? I'm sorry.
It looks like a waiver was possibly
I
filed.
see the
on November
waiver, yes.
13th. Okay.
Dennis Bird, his attorney has filed a waiver. All right, next is Brandon Ladero Green. Brandon Green.
Judge, I believe he's on the line as Monty.
Yes.
Judge,
I'm using my mother's tablet.
Judge, I will need to conference with Mr. Green, but based on the recommendation that I have, I think we'll likely have a resolution here shortly from Mr. Monty. I just need to communicate that to him if I could do a breakout room at the end of the calendar.
All right, Mr. Green, may I see you, please?
Yes.
All right, so Mr. Green, you're gonna have a breakout room with your attorney, and he's gonna explain the conversations with the state, okay? Mr. Green?
Yes, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, just give me a moment. I'm gonna mute you, but I'm gonna put you in a breakout room at the appropriate time.
Okay.
Thank you. Samuel Bradford Hubbard. Samuel Bradford Hubbard.
The statement moved for a bench warrant bond forfeiture for both of his cases. And then for the third case, a bench warrant. Yes, 3, it looks like.
All right, Samuel, last call for Samuel Bradford Hubbard. All right, bench warrant, and bench warrant bond forfeiture.
She called her already.
All right, next is Harry Saunders. Harry Saunders.
He's on Zoom, Your Honor. He's still muted though. He needs to unmute.
Mr. Saunders?
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Mr. Saunders, do you have somebody who's with you who has another device open?
Oh,
Can she still hear you?
All right. We only need one device at particular point because I'm going to hear feedback otherwise.
Judge,
All right. Where's Mr. Saunders?
Judge,
Mr. Yes. I can't see you yet now.
Judge, you talking, sir?
Mr. Saunders, either you or Desiree have to turn your phones off. I don't need two phones.
I'm doing it.
So the deputy told me you had talked to him.
Hello? All right. Okay. We're going to have to choose one phone and we're going to have to turn the other one off. Mr. Saunders' phone was working just fine. The feedback was coming from Desiree's phone being on at the same time. All right, Mr. Saunders. Mr. Saunders. Unmute, please.
Yes, can you hear me?
I hear you just fine. Thank you. All right, so sir, you're before the court on two cases. One is driving under the influence. The other one is driving on a suspended or revoked license. You're represented by Lister Holton Dennis. Mr. Lynch, what do you wish to do with Mr. Saunders' cases?
Judge, we'll need a breakout room. I believe we tried to get in touch with them, but we weren't able to prior to today. If we could just do a breakout room at the end of the court, I think we can handle it that way. At the end of the
All
county.
right. Mr. Saunders, at the appropriate time, we'll do a breakout room so you can speak privately with your attorney and he can explain any issues that you all need to discuss. Okay? I'm gonna mute your device.
Your Honor?
Yeah.
If we could go back to Hubbard, Samuel Hubbard. My understanding is he's actually here in custody. And so I will talk to Mr.
Yeah, he's an active inmate. Look at that.
And so I would like to speak to him as well, myself or Mr. Taylor.
That's fine. Thank you. All right, next is Sierra Telfair.
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
Telfair has two cases.
Yes, Judge. Ms. Telfair, I would ask for a breakout room as well. We have a couple matters open with Ms. Telfair.
All right, breakout room for Ms. Telfair and Jalen Brianna Truss. Jalen Truss.
She's present in the courtroom, Judge. Ms. Truss, if you could please approach.
All right, Ms. Truss, did you wish to represent yourself or did you wish to have an attorney represent you? Attorney. Okay. The law firm of Lister Holton Dennis, one of the attorneys who's present in the courtroom, will speak with you about your case. And if you have a seat right there, we'll give you further instructions. Thank you. Thank you. All right, Marlon Vargas Casasola.
Judge,
yes.
Judge, present in the courtroom. I did bring a document to Ms. Hagler or to their office. I hope Ms. Hagler has had a chance?
do. If you can hold for our report, Your Honor, my investigators, checking the status of that license.
All right, will do.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Sean Xavier Weaver.
Your Honor, the state is gonna NAR process this case.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Next case is Raymond Eugene Willis. Raymond Eugene Willis.
The state will move for a bench warrant bond forfeiture.
All right, last call for Raymond Eugene Willis. I'm not seeing anyone on the calendar. There being no report from the courtroom, the court will issue a bench warrant bond forfeiture. All right, let me recap the calendar. So far, I have Mr. Bradley has an appointment order, so he's been appointed to Lister Holton Dennis. Bright is a bench warrant bond forfeiture. Bird is a waiver. Green is a breakout room with the attorney. Hubbard is going to be in a conference with the attorney. Saunders is a conference with the attorney. Telfair, conference with the attorneys. Truss has been appointed, a conference with the attorneys. Vargas Casasola, we're waiting for information from the state.
Your Honor, I have an update. The state is going to NAR process Vargas's case. Thank you.
Okay, Vargas Casasola has been no pros. Weaver, no pros, and Willis is a bench warrant bond forfeiture. All right, so Mr. Lynch or Mr. Taylor, who do you wish to speak with? And if is it courtroom first or bench or video?
So let's, if we can do Mr. Green first,
All right.
then I'm gonna see since Mr. Taylor's.
I'm going to speak with Mr. Tully and Mr.
Okay.
Howard.
Okay, so I'll just start with Mr. Green, and then Mr. Taylor is going to speak to the inmate, and then we're going to go from there.
Okay, do you want Mr. Taylor's computer put into the break room, or do you want the courtroom in the break room?
Courtroom 304 with Mr. Green, please.
Okay.
And I'm going to, yes, thank you, Judge.
All right, so Mr. Green, you'll see an invitation pop up when you are ready to come out of the breakout room. Just touch your screen and activate your screen. That same blue blue box will come up with instructions about how to leave the breakout room and return to the main room. And so I'm going to put you in the breakout room so you can speak with your attorney, okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you. All right, we'll be back when we have announcements.
Yeah, will you write that down for me? I have to jump on this real quick. Here.
Your Honor, I do have an announcement as far as, Mr. Green's case.
Yes, Mr. Lynch?
Mr. Green would like to accept the state's recommendation, and enter a no contest plea to count 2, and I believe count 1 would be null pros pursuant to that recommendation.
All right, Mr. Green, raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true.
I do.
All right. Mr. Green, you're before the court on State of Georgia versus Brandon Ladero Green, 2021 CR 08633. Marijuana 1 ounce or less will be no pros. You're into a plea of, did you say no contest? You can put your hand down, sir.
Oh.
To count 2, stop or yield sign violation. By doing so, sir, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, factual basis recommendation, please.
Yes, Your Honor. On or about July 19th of 2021, Sergeant Nicholas Deaton was observing the stop sign at Skyline Drive and Homestead Road, Clayton County, Georgia, when he observed the defendant drive through the stop sign at 35 to 40 miles per hour. At that time, Officer Deaton conducted a traffic stop on the vehicle. Upon making contact with the defendant, he detected the odor of marijuana inside the vehicle and noticed marijuana residue on the center console and interior. Doing his search of the vehicle, he did locate a rolled marijuana blunt in the door and a small bag of marijuana inside the bag. At that time, Your Honor, the defendant was detained. Your Honor, the state's offer for count 1 is null pros. For count 2, a fine of $100 to be suspended for the time that he had served on this.
All right. All right, so Mr. Green, the court is going to accept your plea. Count 1 will be no pros. Count 2 will be a no low plea, a $100 fine. That fine will be suspended for credit for time served. And sir, you're free to go at this time.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Be safe.
You do, sir.
All right. Any other, who else do you want to speak with now, Mr. Lynch?
Judge, I think, if I could get a breakout room with Miss Telfair.
Okay. Ms. Telfair, I'm going to put you in a breakout room with Mr. Lynch. Okay. Breakout room number 1, you'll see the information on your screen.
Got it. Thank you.
Mr. Lynch, it's the same breakout room.
I see, Judge. Thank you. Judge, I do have an announcement from Ms. Telfair.
Yes, Mr. Lynch?
Judge, for Ms. Telfair, we are going to resolve the case 2023 CR 11068, driving on suspended license pursuant to the state's recommendation. We would like to enter nolo, please. For the other case, 2024 CR 08697, we were going to enter a not guilty plea today. We need to do some additional research, and we need to have some further conversations about that case, Judge. And I do have her contact information, and she has mine.
Okay, so we're resolving the driving on suspended or revoked license. The battery case is going to be a not guilty.
Yes, Judge.
All right, so Ms. Telfair, we've
Yes,
been through
ma'am.
this before, so you
Yes.
know who I am.
I do.
Understand that getting another charge of any kind would violate not just your bond conditions, but it would also violate the probation sentence that you're already under.
Oh, definitely.
Okay, so
And I
please-
have been doing the work. And my sister, she's moved out and she's doing well, I guess. I haven't talked to her, the victim in the case, but yes, ma'am.
Okay, I just want you to be mindful of that because I understand the situation, but like I said, there's so much that compassion can do, but then you got to take those steps to make sure that we're not going down the same road, okay?
Yes, ma'am. I'm step 4 right now with my 12-step program. So
All right, well, you keep at it. All right, so raise your right hand for me.
oh,
You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true.
yes, ma'am.
All right,
Yes,
you can
Your
put your hand down. You're before the court on State of Georgia versus Sierra Shante Telfair, 2023 CR 11068 for driving on a suspended or revoked license, count 1, no license, count 2, too close with an accident, count 3. You're represented by the law firm of Lister Holton Dennis. Mr. Lynch, what is your client plea to the offenses before the court?
Judge, no contest to count 1, no contest to count 3. Count 2 will be null pros, my understanding.
All right, by entering a plea of nolo to counts 1 and 3, count 2 will be null pros. You give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And if you are not a United States citizen, a plea of or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things?
Yes, Your Honor, I do.
All right, factual basis and recommendation, please.
Yes, Your Honor. On or about June 24th of 2023, Officer Charles Sully Charles was dispatched to a vehicle accident on 75 South Ramp to Terra Boulevard, Clayton County, Georgia. Upon his arrival, he made contact with the defendant, who stated that she was driving when the accident occurred and that the accident just happened. Officer Sully did also speak to the victim in the case, who said that he was in his lane at the ramp when he was hit from behind. After talking to both drivers, Officer Charles determined that the defendant was the at-fault driver and was cited for the accident. Your Honor, for count 1, the state's offer is a fine of $500. The state is going to now prosecute count 2, and for count 3, a fine of $100.
All right. Does this need to run concurrent with something so she can pay it over a course of time, or is this going to be 60 days?
Judge, I believe I spoke to Ms. Telfair, and I believe she said she could get that paid within 90 days.
Okay.
And I know she is currently on one
That's
program
fine.
with us, but
All right, so Ms. Telfair, on case 2023 CR 11068, I'll accept your plea of nolo to counts 1 and 2, 3. Count 2 will be no pros. On count 1, it's a $500 fine, $737.50 with the surcharges. On count Three, it's a $100 fine, $151.50, and I'll give you 90 days in which to pay those amounts, okay?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. And you're entering a not guilty plea on case 2024 CR 08697. Please be mindful of your bond conditions, as I stated.
Right.
All right, you're free to go at this time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
I think I need to be placed in a breakout room with Mr. Terry Saunders at this time.
Okay, Mr. Saunders, you'll see an invitation pop up on your screen. Just make sure that you touch your screen again when you want to come out of the breakout room, and you should see the instructions. Second.
Oh, I didn't see there was this.
All right, so Mr. Saunders, I'm putting you in breakout room number 1. You should see that announcement. Yes.
Ms. Hagler,
Yes,
I just sent you 2 emails with documents for Mr. Saunders that are relevant to the driving on suspended license case.
yes, I just checked his license. Let me go to the other email.
And
And then I did respond to your email pertaining to,
early, I saw.
yes.
I saw you.
That will
Okay,
be, hopefully on the first driving and guilty on the second.
Okay, I'll just let you handle that. Okay, so Mr. Taylor's gonna enter a plea on that one.
oh, okay.
And then, we're talking about Turley, right?
Oh, I'm totally no.
Okay. Okay. So,
What are we doing with, do we have the documentation for her question?
okay, so, and then for Mr. Saunders, he is gonna enter, well, I guess I'd make this announcement to the court. He's gonna enter a not guilty plea on the other pending case.
Okay.
Also, Ms. Hagler, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that the first person on the calendar that asked for a court-appointed attorney, who I'm about to speak with, Hector Bradley. I don't believe we have a copy of the incident report or any recommendation for Mr. Bradley. But I'm going to speak to him. Maybe, I'm not sure what the rec is, but potentially.
I can put the rec in the,
Yeah, why don't you do that before I talk to him? That way I can kind of have somewhere to start.
and then I can have my investigator send down the report. Okay, so I got everything I need for Saunders. I'm just waiting on what I need for Turley. Okay. All right.
And then I guess, well, yeah, if you would put the that rec to Mr. Bradley, and then I'm probably, based on what he was indicating in the court, I would probably be asking potentially for community service if there's fines.
Oh, convert it to community service? That's
Yeah,
fine.
potentially, okay.
Give me 1 second. Okay, so we can, all right, let me put that in the chat to you. Let me get my investigator to bring down the information for him. Send the recommendation to room 304 or to Attorney Taylor's.
Do we also need stuff from Ms. Trust? Or do
We got it, we are.
we're in a play on that one, okay. All right.
And the recs to courtroom 304 or Attorney Taylor's.
These two courtroom 304.
Okay. Okay, so you have the rec for Mr. Bradley. Let me get the info down to you. 1 second.
Okay. Let me just ask you this before I talk to him. I appreciate being willing to amend the fine to additional community service hours. Any way we could do even more community service and get rid of the course as well?
No.
Okay.
Please do the course.
Okay. All right, thank you. Your Honor, could I request to be put in a breakout room with Mr. Hector Bradley or Bradford? Sorry.
Yes, you may. Second, did you have an announcement for Mr. Saunders, but you're waiting for something?
So
We do, the fact of the, non-pros, the, case ending in 08830 for Mr. Saunders.
okay, great. And then, so he's going to enter a not guilty plea for today on the case ending in 08844.
Okay, so Mr. Saunders, you understand what you are charged with, sir? The holidays are coming up. Please be mindful of that.
Yes.
You're entering a plea of not guilty to 2021 CR 08844. The state is going to no pros the case 2021 CR 08830. And please keep in touch with your attorneys if anything changes about your contact information. Please let them know and they'll direct you.
Okay,
All right, you're free to go at this time, sir. Thank you.
thank you.
And then after I do the breakout with Mr.
Mr. Bradley.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I'm going to put you in a breakout room with Mr. Lynch. He's going to come on in the breakout room and be able to speak with you privately. So just go ahead and turn your camera on when you get into the breakout room, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
And Judge, I'm about to join that breakout room, but afterwards, I think Mr. Taylor has at least 2, possibly 3 pleas ready to go forward. And I think that makes pretty close.
All right, I think Mr. Lynch forgot that he's on the computer for the courtroom. So we'll be back when he's back to take those pleas for Mr. Taylor.
Judge, I do have an announcement as to Mr. Bradley, although I don't know if he's back from the breakout room. I tried to explain to him how to get out of the breakout room. I don't see him back, but we are gonna.
Coming back. I thought he was. Yeah, don't see him. Okay, what were you explaining?
Well, we are gonna enter a negotiated plea for Mr. Bradley, and whenever he gets back, I think he's ready to go forward with that. I don't know if we can.
He's out of the breakout room, but I think he may have gotten cut off.
Oh, I'm still here, ma'am.
Oh, there you are.
Yes, ma'am. I hit the wrong button. I'm not what you call tech savvy.
That's
So
okay, Mr. Bradley. It took me a minute to become tech savvy too.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
All right, I'm gonna send you a prompt to start your video. Go ahead and respond to that for me.
Okay.
There you are. All right,
Yes,
so
ma'am.
Mr. Bradley, it's my understanding that you and Mr. Lynch have decided you're going to enter a plea today.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, raise your right hand for me.
Yes, ma'am.
Get out of here. Yeah, do you solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you can put your hand down.
Thank you.
You're before the court on State of Georgia versus Hector H. Bradley, 2021 CR 08618 for theft by shoplifting. What is your client plead to the offense before the court, Mr. Lynch?
Judge, he'll plead guilty pursuant to the negotiations.
All right, by entering a plea of guilty, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. You understand all of these things?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Factual basis and recommendation, please.
Yes, Your Honor. On or about September the 12th of 2021, Officer Danielle McKellar was dispatched to 2940 Anvil Block Road, Ellenwood, Georgia, Clayton County, also known as the Walmart, in reference to a theft in progress. Upon arrival, Officer McKellar met with Loss Prevention Officer Christian Tillman. He advised that he observed the defendant in the automotive section when he selected a pair of wind rider glasses. The defendant then headed towards the grocery self-checkout. While entering the grocery self-checkout, the defendant took the price tag off the wind rider glasses and hung them on the front of his shirt's collar. The defendant scanned all grocery items that were previously placed in his cart. The defendant then began a second transaction when he headed back towards the apparel section and discarded a pair of pants and selected a different pair of pants. He headed back towards the register where he failed to scan the duck jeans. The defendant then passed all points of sale without paying for the wind rider glasses or the duck jeans. The stolen merchandise totaled to be $36.69. At that time, the defendant was detained and arrested. Your Honor, the state's recommendation is 12 months probation, a fine of $200, which can be converted into community service hours. The defendant is to complete the theft prevention course. The state is also requesting an additional 40 hours of community service. And the defendant is to stay away from the incident location, which is 2940 Anvil Block Road, Ellenwood, Georgia. Ellenwood, Georgia, Clayton County, also known as the Walmart.
All right, Mr. Lynch.
So I just want to confirm, so Judge, we did want to request that the $200 fine be converted into community service. And I want to make sure I understand the total. I thought normally that would be, but I understand it's up to Ms. Hagler to make her recommendation. I think normally it would be like 60 hours in that situation. Are you asking for 80 hours, Ms. Hagler?
Yes,
No, I got 60 hours, 40 hours of community service, and then the 20 hours from the $200 fine.
Yes.
That's what I got, 60 hours.
Because we still want the 40, so yes.
Right.
Yeah, you were saying 80, I didn't hear 80. So, Mr. Bradley, I'll accept your plea of guilty. I'll sentence you to 12 months probation. I'll waive the supervision fees, 20 hours of community service from converted from the $200 fine, a theft prevention course, and then 40 hours of community service in addition to the converted 20 hours. And you're to not go back to the Walmart on 2940 Anvil Block Road in Clayton County.
And Judge, if he's able to complete all his community service and get that theft prevention course, could he go?
Yes, yeah, that's fine. If he's able to do it, I'll TLC it.
Thank you, Judge.
So Mr. Bradley, if you complete everything satisfactorily, as soon as you complete it, your probation can terminate. I'm going to put you in a breakout room with our probation intake specialist, Ms. James. Ms. James is going to answer any questions that you might have, and she's also going to tell you everything that you need to know about coming in to get set up for probation, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and the bus does run here in front of the courthouse.
Oh, say that again, ma'am?
I said the bus runs directly here in front of the courthouse so that you can use public transportation.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
All right, so Mr. Hagler, Mr. Bradley, I'm putting you in the breakout room with Ms. James, breakout room number 6. When you're finished speaking with her, as long as you don't have any questions for me, you're free to go.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, take care of yourself, Mr.
And you too, ma'am.
Bradley.
You have a blessed day. Thank
All right,
you.
you too. Thank you, sir.
Bye.
All right, you'll see the intake. Okay. All right, Ms. James, he should be in there in a minute. All right, next, I believe the Miss Truss is in the courtroom.
Yes, Your Honor.
And Hubert, the active inmate.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
And he will be entering a plea today as well.
Okay. All right, I'm ready whenever y'all are. All right, Ms. Truss, we ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true. All right, Ms. Truss, you're before the court on 2023 CR 02107, Jalen Brianna Truss, disorderly conduct. What does your client plead to the offense before the court, Mr. Taylor?
Your Honor, Ms. Truss pleads nolo contendere to the single charge of disorderly conduct, and we accept the state's offer.
I'm sorry.
Nolo contendere to the single count.
Okay. By entering a plea of nolo, ma'am, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. You understand all of these things? All right, factual basis and recommendation, please.
Your Honor, the defense will stipulate to the factual basis in this matter.
All right, recommendation.
Yes, Your Honor. For count one, 12 months to serve 1 day, commuted time served, ballot suspended, and the defendant is to not return to the incident location, which is 2400 Mount Zion Parkway, Jonesboro, Georgia, 30236, also known as Kaiser Permanente.
All right, so Ms. Truss, you're gonna accept the nolo plea, sends to 1 day, credit for time served, balance suspended, as long as you do not go back to Kaiser Permanente Southwoods at 2400 Mount Zion Parkway, Jonesboro, Georgia, Clayton County. And that's for the 12 months of your sentence, okay? All right, thank you, ma'am. You're free to go this time. And last case on this calendar is Hubert. Mr. Hubert has 3 cases.
Yes, Your Honor, they're bringing him out now. Yeah.
Okay.
First floor. Shirley still in the courtroom? Right. Okay. There's a third case for trying to suspended license. Probably 15 individuals. Okay. They didn't provide me with that one, but it's all. No, this is, I know it's a roll case here. I'm just trying to figure out what's going on. This ain't anxiety. I'll give you an idea of what it's going to be. Okay. Same thing. Just different day. Thank you, Your Honor. We are ready to proceed with Mr. Is it Hubbard or Hubert? Hubbard.
Okay, Mr. Hubbard, raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true. All right, you can put your hand down. You're before the court on 3 cases. Case 2022 CR 06332, Samuel Bradford Hubbard. Count 1, driving on a suspended or revoked license. Count 2, no license. Count 3, improper lane change. Count 4, marijuana 1 ounce or less. Mr. Taylor, what is your client plea to the offenses before the court on this charge, on this case?
On case CR 06332, my client pleads nolo contendere to driving on suspended license. I believe no license should merge or be no cost. Improper lane change is also no contest, and I believe the marijuana charge will be dismissed.
All right. Mr. Bradford, I'm sorry, Samuel Bradford Hubert, you are also on case 2022 CR 06333, driving on a suspended or revoked license count 1, no license count 2, and tinted window violation count 3.
Yes, Your Honor, on CR 06333, my client pleads guilty to driving on suspended license. No license should be no cross, and he pleads nolo contendere to the tinting violation.
All right.
Actually, I believe the tinting violation, the state moved to no cross that.
Okay. All right. And on case 2022 CR 06334, driving on a suspended or revoked license count 1, no license count 2, what is your client plead?
To count 1, guilty. Count 2 should be no cross, Your Honor.
Right. All right, Mr. Hubert, you're before the court on 3 separate cases. Your interim pleas of nolo or guilty to the offenses under each of these cases. By doing so, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. Give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And if you are not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. You understand all of these things, sir? All right. Factual basis and recommendation.
Yes, Your Honor, regarding the case ending in 06332, on or about November the 30th of 2021, pursuant to the probable cause affidavit completed by Officer Nicholas Deaton, the defendant was observed operating a 2014 Ford Edge on a public highway and failed to properly signal when changing lanes across 4 lanes of traffic into the turn lane on Terra Boulevard at Upper Riverdale Road, Clayton County, Georgia. Upon stopping the vehicle, Officer Deaton spoke to the defendant and observed marijuana in plain view in the passenger seat, approximately 4 grams. The defendant stated that he did not have a license, that it was suspended. During Officer Deaton's investigation, he checked the defendant's driver's license and it was shown to have been suspended 8 different times. The most recent suspension was October the 2nd of 2017. Those are the facts of that case, Your Honor. For count 1, a fine of $500 to be suspended. Count 2, no cross. Count 3, a fine of $85 to be suspended. And count 4, the state is now crossing count 4. In regards to case ending in 06333, pursuant to the probable cause affidavit that was completed by Officer Mercedes Ward on or about June the 17th of 2022, while on general patrol in the area of Terra Boulevard and Upper Riverdale Road, Clayton County. The defendant was observed driving a white Cadillac SUV with a significantly dark front tint and rear windows. Officer Ward conducted a traffic stop of the vehicle and used a tint meter to determine the tint applied or fixed to the windows, reduced lights transmission to approximately 17%. A name check. She ran his name through GCIC, and it was determined that his license was suspended for various dates. At that time, the defendant was detained and arrested. Your Honor, for count 1, a fine of $1,000 to be suspended. The state is now crossing counts 2 and 3.
Okay.
Case ending in 06334. Pursuant to the probable cause affidavit completed by Officer Nicholas Deaton, on or about November the 30th of 2021, the defendant, while traveling on Terra Boulevard and Upper Riverdale Road, Clayton County, the defendant was observed operating a 2014 Ford Edge. Hold on, Your Honor, I think this is the same. Give me 1 second. Okay, yes. The defendant, Officer Deaton was conducting surveillance at the hotels on Old Dixie when he observed the defendant exit the hotel and proceed through the Waffle House parking lot onto Terry Boulevard. Officer Deaton observed the defendant go from lane 3 to the left to the turn lane Upper Riverdale Road without giving a signal. Once in the turn lane and stopped at the traffic signal, the defendant activated his turn signal to turn left. After a light change, Officer Deaton activated his lights to conduct the traffic stop. Officer Deaton detected odor of marijuana, observed a commercial package of marijuana sitting on the passenger seat of the vehicle. Officer Deaton requested the defendant's driver's license. At that time, it was determined that he had a suspension as recent as October the 2nd, 2017. From an incident in Gwinnett County. Your Honor, those are the facts of the case. For count 1, Your Honor, it's going to be 12 months to serve, 10 days, balance suspended, and the state's on a non-cross count 2.
All right, Mr. Taylor.
Nothing further from the defense. We just ask that you accept the negotiated offers.
All right, does he have his license straight now?
No, Your Honor. It's still under suspension.
All right, Mr. Herbert, please don't keep driving because the next time it's going to be a felony. This 3rd time means that the next time you get us driving on a suspended or revoked license, you're going upstairs.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and that's prison time that they talk about. I don't talk about prison time. I do jail. They do prison. You don't want to go to prison for a traffic offense. That makes no sense whatsoever. Whatever is suspending your license, either get it fixed or figure out some other way to get around.
Yes, ma'am.
You got me?
Yes, ma'am.
People take this, they don't take this seriously enough, but you're at your 3rd strike. Literally, there is a 3rd strike when it comes to driving on suspended or revoked license. If you go upstairs from this point on, anything in the 5-year period of time is a felony. Don't do that, okay? All right, so on count 1, on case, the first case 2022 CR 06332, count 1 is a $500 fine suspended for credit for time served. Count 2 is no pros. Count 3 is a NOLO plea, $85 suspended for credit for time served. Count 4 is no pros. On case 2022 CR 06333, count 1 is a $1,000 fine suspended for credit for time served. Count 2 is no pros. Count 3 is no pros. On case 2022 CR 06334, count 1 is 12 months to serve 10 days. Balance will be credit for time served. Balance will be suspended as long as you have no new violations of the laws of the state of Georgia. Count 2 is no pros. All right. All right. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. That concludes today's court session.
Your Honor, Mr. Turley from the 10 a.m. calendar, I believe, is ready to proceed.
Oh, Mr. Turley. What's going on with Mr. Turley?
I think we're about to resolve that, Judge. I'm just trying to.
Okay, just let me know. I'll be back when you all have me now. I'm sorry.
Hello.
Hi.
We have a 1 o'clock count.
I got it. Okay. I'll see y'all at 1. Thanks, Miss Val. Miss Val was like, y'all, she's giving you the sign off like we're not coming back. I'm sorry, I'm hungry. It's y'all know how I get around lunchtime. Y'all know how I get. So, okay.
Your Honor.
Yes.
I just request, so Mr. Turley may or may not be about to go into custody for an outstanding warrant. And I think that I can probably get this resolved with Ms. Hagler pretty quickly. I was wondering with some fines. And I think it's for something that he's going to get.
Can he do it at 1?
Well, I don't know whether they're gonna take, they're still trying.
Okay, is it my warrant or somebody else's?
Somebody else's, Judge. I'm just trying.
Okay, well, I don't have nothing to do with that now.
I know, but what I was trying to see is hopefully if we can get this case resolved real quick. Ms. Hagler, well, I understand the insurance wasn't valid. You know, he'll plead nolo, pay a fine on that. I'm just trying to see what else you want him to plead to, till we get this resolved. He doesn't currently have a vehicle. I know he did get the tag after the, could we just, I mean, can we just plead to, and we did show you the license, that he does have a valid license. Could we just plead no contest to count 2, guilty to count 4, and have him pay those?
Let me go back, make sure I did have the license for him.
All right, y'all let me know when you work it out. I'm right here.
Yes, Your Honor. Did I get a license for him? Let me see. I got Saunders. I don't think I got a license for.
Miss Van, we have a 1 o'clock calendar. I don't
Okay,
see you on the 10 or the 11, so if you just stay on, we'll be back at 1.
I'm forwarding you the,
The New York license, right?
I believe, yeah.
Okay, so I didn't just, yeah. And you're trying to have them plead to what? Which counts?
Well, I mean, so the insurance, I mean, my suggestion, since he has a license, would just be no contest to insurance, because it should be eligible, $200 fine. He got the tag afterwards, so, guilty to the tag charge for count 4. And could we just do that? Or whatever, I mean, if you have something.
Okay, and you say he does not have that car anymore?
No, you're not having this vehicle anymore, right? Yeah, and you don't currently have any vehicle, right?
He doesn't have a current vehicle?
Not currently.
So how's he getting around?
How you get on? He's his girlfriend.
Oh, his girlfriend taking him around?
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, we can do counts 2 and 3.
Or count.
I meant 2 and 4. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Okay, perfect. I don't know if Judge left, but we are ready to go forward.
I did not leave.
Well, I think they're still verifying the warrant stuff, I think, first though. So I don't think we can do I'm not sure we can do anything until they.
You can still take the plea.
They can take the plea.
Oh, okay.
They can verify the warrant separately. I mean, he ain't going nowhere between him and Whitson.
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Right.
Yeah,
Raise your right hand for me, Mr. Turley. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true?
Yes.
All right, you can put your hand down. You're before the court on 2021 CR 06416, Jason R. Turley, for unlawful use of a tag, no insurance, invalid registration, no tag, expired or invalid tag, and no license change after a 30-day address change. You're entering a plea to counts. Which counts, Mr. Lynch?
Judge, no contest to count 2, guilty to count 4.
All right. By entering a no-low to count 2 and a guilty to count 4, the other counts will be no prost. You give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And Mr. Turley, if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things, sir? Speak up.
Speak up, please.
Yes.
All right. The court will accept a stipulation recommendation, please.
Yes, Your Honor. For count 1, the state's gonna not cross count 1. For count 2, a fine of $200. For count 3, the state will be not crossing that count. For count 4, a fine of $100. And for count 5, the state is not crossing count 5, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Turley, on count 2, the $200 fine would be $298 with the surcharges. on count 4, the $100 fine is going to be $151.50 with the surcharges, and counts 1, 3, and 5 will be no pros. Mr. Lynch, does he need additional time?
Yes, Judge, can we ask for 90 days to pay?
We'll give you 90 days since you seem to have other issues pending. All right, we'll be back for the 1 o'clock calendar.
Send the bag.
I'm sorry?
Do
Judge,
not
your
come
camera
outside.
is off, Judge. Your camera's on.
Oh, I'm sorry. What was it? What was the question now? Okay, so it's 12:52. I just need a minute. And so we'll be back at about 1:10. That way everybody gets a little bit of a break because we've been going hard on the. So we'll be back and we will address everything. Please mute your devices if you are on currently. I don't know who iPhone and Samsung are, so I'm going to need you to put your first and last name on the calendar. Not a nickname, your first and last name. So I will see you at 1:10.
Thank you, Judge.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is the 1 p.m. arraignment calendar for December 5th, 2024. I'm Judge Tammy Long Hayward. This is Clayton County State Court, courtroom 304. For those of you who are here for the arraignment calendar, please make sure you have your first and last name on the screen if you are here by video. May I see the courtroom, please? All right. Ladies and gentlemen, this may be your first time having your case before the trial court. This is the court that can resolve your case through a trial, through a plea, or through an administrative decision. Everyone is entitled to have an attorney represent you. If you cannot afford an attorney and you need an attorney to represent you, please let me know when we call your name, and we'll discuss it. Everyone is expected during the course of this hearing to enter a plea of not guilty, guilty, or nolo. So if you're entering a plea of not guilty, you have the right to have a trial by jury or judge. During that trial, the state has the burden of proving the case against you beyond a reasonable doubt. You do not have to give any evidence or testimony. You merely have to show up, and the state has the burden of proving the case against you. If you wish to enter evidence and testimony on your own behalf, you may, but you have a Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination, and you're not required to do that. If you were convicted at trial, the maximum penalty could be up to 12 months in jail, a $5,000 fine, or both per offense. If you believed that the conviction was a mistake, you would have the right to appeal the case within 30 days of the court's verdict to an appellate court, and the appellate court might make a different decision. Also, I want to caution you, if you wish to go to trial without an attorney, please understand that the court cannot treat you any differently than they would someone who knows the rules of evidence and procedure. It may be difficult for you to get your evidence before the court into the record of the court, and you may also be at a severe disadvantage because you don't know the rules and procedure during a trial. So please consider that. So those are all the rights that come with having a trial by jury or judge. If you wish to enter a plea of guilty or nolo, we would resolve those matters today. A guilty plea means that you believe you're guilty of the offense before the court, and you wish to enter a plea and begin your sentence. A nolo plea means that it's nolo contendory, which is Latin for no contest. It means that you understand that the state has evidence that they could present to a jury, and it could result in a conviction against you. However, you do not wish to contest that evidence, but you also do not wish to enter a plea of guilty. You do not want to admit guilt. You do not want to contest the evidence. Therefore, it is a nolo plea. You have the option to use a nolo plea once every 5 years, as long as it's not for the same or similar offense that you've previously used a nolo. Nolo pleas are very helpful with traffic offenses. It could help you avoid points on your license or a suspension of your license. I caution you, there's some differences for people who are under 21 drivers. A nolo plea may not work the same way for you. Also be mindful that it only takes 6 points for your license to be suspended, and a suspension of your license would be longer than if you were 21 or older. It's going to be a hard 6-month suspension with no opportunity to get a permit for work or school. If you have a commercial driver's license, if you have a CDL, and that is how you make a living for your family, please be mindful that you may want to enter a plea of not guilty and give yourself time to research what might happen with a conviction or a plea for someone with a CDL. We cannot give you that information, but you can research it. And if you came back on the date of trial and you wish to enter a plea on that date instead of going to trial, that would be fine, but at least you would be aware of what would happen to your CDL. All right, at this time, I'm going to call the calendar. If you're represented by counsel, I need to know that you are here, but your attorney is going to speak on your behalf. And if you are not represented, then please talk to me at the time that your name is called, and we'll discuss whether you need counsel or whether you wish to proceed on your own. All right, first name on the calendar is Jose Juan Ruiz Salinas. That's Mr. Kesser's case.
Stand right there, she can see better.
All right.
How are you doing?
Mr. Kessler, how are you?
Pretty good. So, Judge, we're ready to resolve this case. I did show the prosecutor that my client now has a license. But
Okay.
my client doesn't want to resolve this case, Judge.
All right, so there's two LE screens that I'm told on my calendar, and there's a pending case 2022 CR 06838, but it appears to be the same person. Are you aware of that?
Was it? No.
Okay, can we get Mr. Kessler the information, if you could send it to through LNH or through the computer on the 304 computer? Can we get him that information so that he can make an informed decision before he enters a plea or does anything on Mr. Ruiz's pending case? Mr. Kessler, there's always the possibility that somebody's using his name or something else is going on, but at least you can be aware of what the record says, okay? All right. All right, the next case on the calendar is Layla Adeshola Van. Ms. Van.
Hi. Hello.
All right. Oh, hi, Ms. Van. So, Ms. Van, you're before the court for distracted driving and following too close. Do you have an attorney, Ms. Van, or do you wish to have one represent you?
No, ma'am.
Are you over 21?
I'm 24, yes.
Okay. All right, Ms. Hagler, what is the state present with respect to Ms. Van's case?
Yes, Your Honor. If the defendant does have proof of a hands-free device, the state will be willing to not prosecute count one. If not, it will be a fine of $50. And for count two, it will be a fine of $150.
All right, so Ms. Van, do you have a hands-free device or does your car connect to Bluetooth?
It connects to Bluetooth. I was able to get a little phone thingy for the car.
Okay, can you do you have it, like, is your car outside? Can you show it?
Yeah, it's all the way outside. But I know if I go to my car in the parking garage, the Wi-Fi will disconnect. So
That's okay. You can use the same, just when you come back in, you just sign in again.
Oh, okay.
We won't count it against you. You're here.
Okay.
It's the same login, so just log in the same way when you come back in, okay?
I'm just gonna leave it like this, and I'm just gonna come back because I just don't want it to like mess up.
Okay, well, mute it while you go run to your car.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Ms. Van says she's not taking any chances. All right, Lashana Williams. Lashana Williams.
Judge, I was not able to make positive contact with Ms. Williams. I did make several attempts. Based
They move for a bench warrant bond forfeiture.
Bench warrant bond forfeiture. And Justin Jamal Willis.
Judge, he's present in the courtroom.
Mr. Willis, come on up.
Yes.
Mr. Willis, you're before the court for driving under the influence and driving under the influence less safe, count two, and improper lane change. Did you wish to have an attorney represent you or did you wish to represent yourself?
I'm gonna get my own lawyer.
Oh, Lord. All right. Ms. Hagler, let him know what the recommendation is for driving under the influence.
Yes, Your Honor. So the recommendation at this time, this does appear to be his first. 12 months to start, 24 hours, balance probated, a fine of $300, 40 hours of community service, no drugs or alcohol, random drug screens and testing, substance abuse evaluation and treatment, and to follow our recommendations and to complete the DUI alcohol risk reduction program. Count two will merge, and then for improper lane change will be a fine of $100.
All right. So that you are fully informed, Mr. Willis, 12 months probation, and I do not shorten probation for DUI. So 12 months probation is $52 a month, 24 hours in jail. You'll probably receive credit for time served for that. Balance will be probated. The fine will be $300. With the surcharges, it's going to be closer to $500. 40 hours of community service. You're to have no alcohol or illicit drugs during the course of your probation. You're sentenced to random screens for alcohol and drugs. You'll take a substance abuse evaluation, which you'll pay for. Any treatment that they may direct you to take, you'll pay for that also if you're ordered to go to treatment. And you'll also do a risk reduction course. For the third offense, the $100 fine would, with the surcharges, be $151.50, and I would allow you to pay it during your probation.
What am I looking like if I plead guilty? Or
That's what I just told you.
that's a lot of information. Yeah, I'm gonna get my own lawyer.
Okay, so this is your arraignment. I'll give you a 30-day continuance to get your own attorney, but please make sure that you do it as soon as possible, because no attorney likes to be hired at the last minute, and it makes them less effective. So once you hire your own attorney, they're going to have to do an entry of appearance, which is a document that they send to the court to let us know that they're in the case. And at that point, they're going to have to ask for discovery from the state. So the state will give them the necessary information to inform them about what charges you're facing and what the evidence is that's presented in this case. Do you understand? All right, so please don't wait. Like I said, you're not guaranteed another continuance. I'll give you a 30-day reset. We'll give you notice of the next court date. And in the meantime, please make sure that you hire an attorney to assist you.
All right.
And Your Honor, for clarity purposes, do we have a date since the case is being reset? Do we have a date for that 30-day reset date? Or
I'm not sure yet. Ms. Val, do we have a calendar that we can assign Mr. Willis to, or will that be sent? Ms. Val might be away from her desk. All right. Does anybody know what the 30-day calendar, 30 days out?
Your Honor. It looks like January 2nd, the next calendar.
You said 7th?
2nd.
2nd. Oh, okay, right after the holiday. Okay, the new year.
All right, that works for me. I'll be here. All right, so we'll put Mr. Willis's case on the January 2nd calendar. Mr. Willis, we'll see you again on January 2nd, okay? All right, next case on the calendar is Vanessa Shakita Wright. Vanessa Wright.
Vanessa Wright?
The state will move for a bench warrant bond forfeiture.
Vanessa Shakita Wright.
Oh, Your Honor, there was a waiver filed. Looks like November 22nd, per my notes on the calendar.
I feel like I missed something. I missed a lot of cases. Hold on.
You missed page 1, Your Honor. You started on page, I think, 5.
That's
and
what
it
I
kept
did.
going.
Okay.
I'm like, okay.
Let's roll this back, because I was like, wait a minute. This doesn't make any sense. I think I hit something on the side and it took me directly to that page and I didn't even check. I was like, oh, that's weird. All right. I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen. So the first case on the calendar is Aubrey Imani Gray.
Your Honor, Ms. Gray's present in the courtroom.
All right, Ms. Gray, come on up. Y'all could have told me earlier.
Well, I was gonna draw you back after you completed the end. I'm gonna draw you back to the first page, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Gray, you're before the court for speeding 26 to 30 miles per hour over the limit. Ma'am, did you wish to represent yourself or did you wish to have an attorney represent you? Okay, are you over 21? I'm sorry.
Yes.
Okay, speak up. You just have to speak up because the audio in the courtroom is not really great. All right, so Ms. Hagler, could you give Ms. Gray an idea of what the state is asking for in her case?
Yes, Your Honor, the state would be requesting a fine of $150.
All right, the $150 fine is going to be $217 based on my fee schedule. It's going to be something like that. Did you wish to enter a plea?
Nolo.
I'm sorry?
Nolo.
Okay, is she NOLO eligible?
Based on the criminal history I have, yes, Your Honor.
All righty. Raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true.
Yes.
All right, you can put your hand down. So you're before the court on state of Georgia versus Aubrey Imani Gray, 2021 CR 05881 for speeding 26 to 30 miles per hour over the limit. You're entering a plea of NOLO. The fine is $150 and 0 cents. By entering this plea of NOLO, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things?
Yes.
All right, factual basis, please.
Yes, Your Honor. On or about May 19th of 2021, Officer Ronnie Square did issue the defendant a traffic citation for speeding while she was traveling on Highway 85 in Rock Hill Drive, Clayton County, Georgia. Officer Square used his LiDAR to clock the defendant's speed as she was going 71 miles per hour in a 45 mile per hour zone. Those are the facts of the case, and the state's recommendation is a fine of $150 and the defendant is NOLO eligible.
All right. So, ma'am, the fine is $150. Like I said, it's going to be like $217, $220, something like that with the surcharges, because I didn't memorize that one. But did you wish to pay that today or did you need additional time? Okay, so what I'm going to ask you to do is when you leave the courtroom, you're going to go downstairs to the second floor. When you come back through the double doors into the hallway, you're going to go to your left and you'll see the traffic court window. You can pay there and then they'll give you your paperwork, okay?
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, ma'am, and please be safe.
I will, you too.
All right. Ingram
Hi, Ms.
Sanchez.
Hayward.
I'm sorry, yes.
Oh, sorry. Did I have to continue or did you want me to get back in line or how would you like me to go about it?
Yeah, you have your device, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay, so she has the hands-free device. And so hold on, we're gonna get to you about your other stuff. I missed a couple of pages on the calendar, so let me go back and get those people, okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Sanchez Ingram.
Judge, I was not able to make positive contact with the information I had.
All right.
The state will move for a bench warrant bond forfeiture on both cases.
Bench warrant bond forfeiture on both.
Yeah.
All right. Corey Johnson.
Judge, he appears to be present on the Zoom meeting.
Yes.
I would request a breakout meeting when we're done calling the calendar so I can get all his updated contact information. Talk to him about how he wants to move forward.
All right. So, Mr. Johnson, if you'll mute your device at the appropriate time, we're going to go ahead and put you in a breakout room. Lord have mercy. In a breakout room with Mr. Lynch, and he's going to talk to you about your 3 cases. All right. Okay. All right. Montina Renee Miller.
Ms. Miller is present in the courtroom, Judge. She's approaching.
Right. Ms. Miller, you're charged with simple battery. I do not see that you have an attorney. Did you wish to have an attorney represent you, or do you wish to represent yourself?
No. I represent myself.
Okay, you're over 21, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. What's the recommendation from the state?
Yes, Your Honor. 12 months suspended upon no new violations of the law.
All right. All right, ma'am. The state would suspend any jail time as long as you have no new violations of the laws of the state of Georgia. No fines either, right?
Correct, Your Honor. No fines.
Okay. No fines, no fees, just a suspended sentence. Did you wish to enter a plea, ma'am?
Not guilty.
I'm sorry?
Not guilty.
Okay, so that means you're gonna choose to go to trial?
I'm not quite sure what you asked me.
Okay, so here are your three options. You could enter a not guilty plea and you could have a trial at a later date by jury or judge. I would advise that you be mindful that I can't treat you any differently than I would an attorney who knows the rules of evidence and procedure. So if you want to go to trial, you may consider getting an attorney to represent you so that you can get your evidence before the court. If you wish to enter a plea of guilty, or NOLO, the sentence that is being recommended by the state would be 12 months suspended, no fines, no fees.
Okay. I guess I go with NOLO.
Okay. Raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you can put your hand down. Ms. Montina Renee Miller, you're before the court on 2021 CR 08899. You're entering a plea of NOLO to simple battery. By entering this plea, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, factual basis, please.
Yes, Your Honor. Pertaining to the state warrant in the packet on or about July 23rd of 2021, Officer Christian Brown was dispatched to 6030A1205 Riverdale Road, Atlanta, Georgia, Clayton County, in reference to a domestic disturbance. It was determined during his investigation that the defendant did intentionally make physical contact of an insulting or provoking nature when she hit the victim, Haven Williams, in the face and back of head. The incident was also witnessed by Kennard Forts. Those are the facts of the case. The state's recommendation is 12 months to be suspended upon no new violations of the law.
All right, so Ms. Miller, who's Haven Williams?
My cousin.
Okay. So I'm going to accept your plea. I'll send you to 12 months a suspended sentence as long as you have no new violations of the laws of the state of Georgia. And you're free to go at this time, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. All right, Molina, Javier Molina Marbil, or Marbil Javier Molina.
The state will move for a bench warrant bond forfeiture.
Last call for Molina. All right, bench warrant bond forfeiture. Next case is Devin John Moody.
Judge, he does appear to be on the Zoom call. I was not able to get through to Mr. Moody, but so I will request a breakout.
Good afternoon.
Resolution here.
All right, Mr. Moody, Mr. Lynch will have a breakout room with you in a moment, as soon as I can set up the breakout rooms, okay?
Okay, no problem.
Thank you. David Michael Murphy. David Michael Murphy, this is Matt Tucker's case. Is there a waiver? Yes, Mr. Tucker filed a waiver. So Mr. Murphy is excused. Mr. Tucker, I believe, will be in touch with the state sometime prior to trial, hopefully. All right, this is where we're back on track. So Mr. Ruiz Salina. Salinas, did you get the information, Mr. Kessler?
What I believe, I could be wrong, but I think that it's 2 accusations, but the same case. Like, I think it's
okay.
the same set of same date.
Well, there's 2 LE numbers, so that's entirely possible. Yes.
This is for Salinas.
Yes, Ruiz Salinas.
Our case, the case in 304 has to be no pros because it got accused in Judge Garrett's first. So it is duplicate, but it will be going forward in Judge Garrett's courtroom.
He'll let me do it.
Okay. But just ours need to be no pros. This is 2.
Huh?
It's 2 accusations.
No pros ours, but I'll go ahead and proceed and do the one for Judge Garrett. That way Mr. Kessler and Mr. Salinas Ruiz don't have to move. And I'll just tell my brother Judge that I did one of his cases. He'll forgive me.
Okay, thank you. And Your Honor, the state is actually going to null cross this case, including the duplicate. So.
All right, Mr. Kessler, look at there.
World famous lawyer, Judge. Right?
All right, Mr. Kessler, I had missed you for a minute. You've been doing big felony stuff.
Well, I've been in Judge Parker and Judge Garrett, other courts around here. So.
Oh, okay then. Good to see you, sir.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
All right, take care. Thank you, Ms. Hagler.
You're welcome. Do you need that other case number, Judge? Or you already have it? Never mind, it's on the calendar.
2021 CR 08942 is no pros, and 2022 CR 06838 is no pros.
Correct. Thank you, Judge.
I'll sign them both. All right, thank you. All right, and Ms. Van has her distracted driving device.
Yes. The state is going to null pros count 1, and then count 2 will be a fine of $150, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Van, did you wish to enter a plea of to drop following too close? And I believe, is she NOLO eligible?
Just confirm, Your Honor. She is not. She did use it in 2023 last year.
Oh. Ms. Van, you're not NOLO eligible, so there would be points on your license if you entered a guilty plea to count 2. Did you wish to resolve it?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true.
I swear, yes.
All right, you can put
Your Honor, if I may, the state is going to null pros this case.
All right, so Ms. Van, thank you, Ms. Hagler. The case is going to be dismissed. You're free to go at this time, okay?
Okay. You said something about a fine. Does that reflect, or is that thrown out as well? Just so I can confirm.
For your distracted driving device, the whole thing is no pros.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Be safe, Ms. Van.
You too. Bye.
All right, use your device.
I got you. I promise.
Hey, iPhone charger.
All right. I'm sorry.
iPhone charger. Yeah.
iPhone charger. Who said something about an iPhone charger? So Williams, Miss Shauna Williams, is she in court, or did we? No, it was a bench warrant bond forfeiture.
Correct, Your Honor. Mm-hmm.
And Willis, yes.
All right, come on. Scare me.
Mr. Willis is going to hire his own attorney. He's been given a 30-day reset. He'll be back on the January 2nd calendar, 2025. Oh, Lord, we already at 2025.
Bye,
Going so fast. All right, and Wright, Vanessa Wright, that's a waiver was filed on behalf of Ms. Wright from attorney either Tessie Edwards or Kevin Marks.
I don't see the clerk.
Okay, so the remaining cases, we have breakout rooms, I guess, or we need breakout rooms for
Mr. Johnson and Mr. Moody, Judge, if we could start with Mr. Moody.
all right, Mr. Moody, I'm going to put you in a breakout room with Mr. Lynch, the courtroom. When you see the prompt come up, just touch it and you can go into the breakout room. But in order to get out of the breakout room, touch your screen to reactivate the screen and you'll see the blue prompt come up again, okay, to return to the main.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Moody, breakout room number 1. All right, when y'all are back, we'll take the announcements.
Judge, I do have an announcement for Mr. Moody.
Yes, Mr. Lynch.
Judge, we wanted to go forward with a negotiated plea pursuant to the offer from the state and enter a no contest plea to count 2.
Mr. Raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you're before the court on, you can put your hand down. You're before the court on State of Georgia versus Devin John Moody, 2021 CR 08895 for marijuana 1 ounce or less. That count will be no pros. Count 2, you're entering a plea. He's entered a NOLO plea.
Yes, Your Honor.
The drug objects, count 2. By doing so, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. Give up the right to have the state prove their guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, factual basis recommendation.
Yes, Your Honor. On or about July 24th of 2021, Officer Christian Sterling conducted a traffic stop at Riverdale Road and Norman Drive, Atlanta, Georgia, Clayton County, for the defendant having an expired tag. Upon making contact with the defendant, Officer Sterling was able to detect the strong odor of marijuana coming from the vehicle. The occupants of the vehicle were then removed and a probable cause search was conducted. 15.3 grams of marijuana in a scale was located inside a green backpack, which was sitting in the lap of the defendant at that time the defendant was arrested. Your Honor, for count 1, the state is not processing. For count 2, a fine of $200 to be suspended.
All right. So Mr. Moody, count 1 is no pros, count 2, NOLO, fine $200 suspended. As long as you have no new violations of the laws of the state of Georgia. You're free to go at this time, sir. Be safe.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
All right, have a go.
You too. All right, and the remaining case is Mr. Johnson. He has 3 cases.
Judge, could I be placed in a breakout room with Mr. Johnson? Oh, and Mr. Kessler has an announcement as well.
You just, we went downstairs on the 0683 case, he's flashing. There is a warrant out, so I just want to make sure that's taken care of before we leave.
Oh, can I get a bench warrant set aside?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. We'll get that done, Mr. Kessler.
Who the bench warrant for?
What, Mr. Johnson?
You said the bench warrant for me?
No, Mr. Johnson.
Oh.
Judge, I would request a breakout room with Mr. Johnson.
All right, Mr. Johnson, I'm gonna put you in a breakout room with Mr. Lynch. He's gonna speak with you about your cases, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
When you need to come back out of the breakout room, just activate your screen by touching it and you'll see the blue return to the main room, okay?
Okay, okay.
Excuse me, Judge.
Yes.
Did you catch the case number for the bench warrant set aside?
I thought the one that was pending, the 202, hold on a second. 2022 CR 06838. That was my understanding that was the one the bench warrant was pending for. But you might want to put both numbers on there just so we're sure.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Ms. Hagley? Ms. Hagler, are you there? I just wanted to ask you a quick question on one of these recommendations. Uh, just on the obstruction case. It just, so the recommendation just says 12 months, served 5 days, balance probated. At first I thought it was balance suspended, so I was telling him that, and then I realized it said probated, but there's no conditions. So I just want to clarify what the intent is for that one, because he was considering going ahead and resolving that case.
1 second. Let me-
I screwed up. It should have been $300 fine.
Yeah, well, we could do a fine $300
Okay, so it's,
for the obstruction.
so it would just be the fine, right? So essentially
Correct.
the fine, pay that 90 days and he's good on that one.
Yeah.
All right. We just
So yeah.
clarify that with him. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Everybody was kung fu fighting. I have an announcement for Mr. Corey Johnson.
So, there you go. I don't need to
He
hear.
seems to be stuck in the breakout room.
I told him to leave the room, but
It's right there.
let's see.
All right, he should be back. There he is. All right, what's the announcement?
Judge, for the obstruction case, that's 2021 CR 08912. We would like to accept the state's offer and plead no contest. For the other two charges, the other two accusations, we would like to enter not guilty pleas at this time.
Okay. All right, and all right, so Mr. Johnson,
Yes, ma'am.
listen close. So you somehow avoided getting a motion to revoke bond because you picked up 2 additional charges after your first case, which meant that you violated your bond conditions by getting arrested again. So please be on notice that if you were to pick up another charge, the bond revocation hearing would be held, and you could possibly have your bond revoked and remain in jail until your cases are resolved. Number one. Number two, if you violate your bond conditions by getting another charge, by having contact with anyone listed on your bond conditions as somebody that you're not supposed to have contact with, if you
Yes,
don't have
ma'am.
a copy of your bond conditions, you need to get one as soon as possible. But if you were to have contact with anybody listed on your bond conditions, then you could get rearrested, you could have your bond revoked, you could be charged with additional misdemeanors and felonies.
Yes.
Felonies are punishable by up to 10 years in prison, a $10,000 fine, or both. You understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So let's not pick up any more charges, Mr. Johnson.
Okay.
All right. So keep in touch with your attorneys. We're going to take your plea on case 2021 CR 08912 and on case 202 CR 06588 and 2023 CR 09754. Your internal plea of not guilty is my understanding. Is that correct, Mr. Lynch?
Yes, Judge.
All right. So on the first case, Mr. Johnson, raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony given this matter will be true.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you can put your hand down. You're before the court on 2021 CR 08912 for obstruction of an officer. What does your client plead to the offenses before the court, Mr. Lynch?
Nolo.
By internal plea of nolo, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things, Mr. Johnson?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, factual basis of recommendation, please.
Yes, Your Honor. On or about July 26th of 2021, Lieutenant Parrish, Deputy Mayberry, and Officer C. Wright, WRIGHT, conducted a warrant endeavor at 240 Flint River Road, apartment K5, Clayton County, Georgia. While walking up to the apartment from the rear of the building, they observed the defendant, and it was determined that he had several active warrants out of the Clayton County Sheriff's Office for various offenses. Officers called out to the defendant The defendant failed to comply and ran inside of his apartment, closed the door and locked it. The officers knocked on the door several times. They announced, identified themselves, and again, the defendant failed to come to the door. Approximately an hour and a half later, the defendant's, at that time, baby's mother opened the door and surrendered the defendant. After calling out for him to come out with his hands.
You said made his daughter open the door?
His baby's mother.
Oh, okay.
Baby's mother opened the door. And at that time, the defendant did come out with his hands up. Your Honor, at this time, and those are the facts of the case. At this time, the state's offer is a fine of $300.
All right, Mr. Lynch.
Judge, I would ask the court accept that recommendation. Give him 90 days to pay the $300 fine.
60 days.
60 days. Mr. Johnson, you're gonna have to pay that.
Well, how I go from 90 to 60?
Well, first of all, I didn't
Johnson.
tell you 90. Mr. Lynch was saying he would ask for 90. You not promised that.
Oh, I'm sorry, Judge.
You talking a lot. You wanted to go to 30? Because you got on a nice fit, which tells me that you can pay.
No, you can't judge me by the looks now.
Why I can't? That's what my job is, to judge.
Mr. Johnson, I think you can pay within 60 days. I would just advise, unless you really can't pay it within 60 days and we need to put you on probation, which is an option, I would just go ahead and take the judge's recommendation.
I do the 60-day, Judge.
Oh, good. Now, I'm sure Mr. Lynch told you the $300 fine with the surcharges is $444. You'll have 60 days in which to pay. Mr. Lynch, do you have his email address?
I do not have his email. I do have his phone numbers.
That's not going to help me send him his sentencing sheet. Mr. Johnson, what's your email address?
I don't have no email address. Can you, I have to create one. I got locked out of my old iPhone and I can't get back in it right now.
I mean,
Mr. Lynch, I'm gonna send it to you.
That's fine.
All right, Miss Wright, email that or Miss who else? Miss Holcomb. Email that sentencing sheet for Mr. Johnson to Mr. Lynch. They're gonna be together for a while till we resolve all these cases. So he'll get it.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, ma'am. All right, anything else?
I think Mr. Kessler may have something.
Mr. Kessler, I just signed the bench warrant set aside and the no pros.
Is there any way that I can give my client a copy of that to Mrs.
Sure, if you head down to the second floor, they can pull it up and print it for you. I just signed it, so it went back. In fact, Mr. Kessler, I sent a copy to you too.
Okay, great. Perfect. Thanks.
Oh man, I need some sleep.
All right. So thank you so much and take care, everybody.